All right, let's play some Moon. Ah. Okay. Another normal round. This part of the game is very fun. Hey, wonderful. You are first. How's it going? How was your Moon game? I don't know if I ended up seeing, did you make it to 100 or? I'm doing well. I had a busier weekend than I anticipated. Coleman was staying with me this weekend. We were going to do some content, and then you see what happened was... Oh, I forgot to reload. We're mooning it. Coleman and I were going to do some content, but then we got back, like, on Saturday, we got back from the show we were seeing later than we anticipated, and we were just kind of tired and not in the mood to play 4 hours of Revelations. And then Max invited us over, so we went to his, and then Drew asked us to go bowling, so the four of us went bowling. As soon as you unpause, like a round later, you downed on 68 from zombies in the airlock. Oh. I saw you playing on 68. I was with Coleman. I was like, he's on 68. He's doing well. And then I put my phone away. You recovered, and then on 72, you paused to fix your mic, and then unpaused and forgot you had already been standing out of air for 10 seconds. Oh, no. That's unfortunate. Here's what I always say. Like, instead of running BDSM, just run with the suit. You obviously do lose time having to, like, go to the hacker and go get a drop in the biodome instead of spawn. But it's just easier. And the idea is, like, even if you're going to lose time in your game to 100, you're going to gain time by not dying. You're gonna play my version now? Now as in right now? Or just like the next time you play? Hey, chicken teller. Because here's the thing. You're going to lose time to 100. But you're gonna gain that time back in not having to restart and not having to die. Might play today? Nice. I'm gonna play for like 4 hours today. We're making steady progress. But who knows how my luck is gonna be. And then, this is also going to be a busier week than I anticipated, because last week I was in Atlantic City with my grandma. And my brother was disappointed that he couldn't come because he was working. You're going to have to do the 25-day error trick soon, aren't I? I think so. Although, I know that Plutonium's latest patch said, like, they just added a console command to fix it, and it's, like, enabled by default, so that I don't even have to do anything. What potential max round do I think I could end at? I don't know. It depends entirely on my luck for the rest of the game. I just truly don't know. Like, I want to do as few trades as possible, ideally. But, yeah. So we were busier. No, I was in Atlantic City a week ago. And I only lost $250, which was fine. But then my brother was like, we should go next week. And I was like, I might be convinced. And then he and I went to a different casino yesterday. And we both won $3,000. So now we're going to Atlantic City tomorrow. Yeah, we won $3,000 each, which is kind of crazy, but also it funds our trip. So we're going for one night, and then so I'm not going to stream tomorrow, and then I'll be back Wednesday. And then Wednesday I'll probably stream during the day, but in the evening he and I are going out drinking with some of our buddies. Gambling addicts these days. Yeah, we have a problem, but of course it's solved by the fact that we just keep winning. Thank you. Yeah, big stonks. So that's how my life has been going recently. Where's the drop? I can't see. Let me not forget to reload this. That's reloaded. Okay. Anyway, 99% of gamblers stop right before they hit it big. Exactly. You're like, if you're thinking about quitting, you're only a few spins away. Can't have gambling problems if you don't lose. That's a gambling solution. Get in the delayed respawns. There we go. That was a good drop. So yeah, that's my week. It's gonna be busy, especially because, you know, Thanksgiving. Anyone here have any fun Thanksgiving plans? This is a very EU-friendly stream, which means many of my viewers might not celebrate Thanksgiving, which makes sense because you know, us Americans, we love our holiday where we celebrate all the Native Americans we pushed off their land. Very American holiday. Nice, 23 kills. And I'm just playing some Moon. You're mooning it up right now. It's good. I love mooning. Mooning first thing in the morning is a great way to start the day. Mooning early in the morning, damn. This is the only time I can moon. It's a busy week. It was a busier weekend than I wanted to. I wanted to do some content with my friend, but then we just like, it's not that we didn't have the time, it's more that by the time we got home, we were both just kind of exhausted. And I was like, man, I don't want to play Revelations for 4 hours. Which is what we were going to do. But it's fine, because the content will, you know, it'll still happen once he has his PC set up. He and I will do the thing. And I got plenty of other content to release. I need to work on my next video. But who's excited for the week? What's the next vid gonna be? I want to do a video. Genuinely, a lot of people who have come into the stream and have asked me just don't know how insta-kill rounds work or why they work. So I'm just gonna do a video sort of like reviewing what many of us probably already know, but what a lot of people don't, and being like, hey, this is what insta-kill rounds are. This is how they work. This is why they alternate every other round, which a lot of people still seem confused by. Like, people think it should just be negative, but the math makes sense if you think about it. And then also being like, and also here's how they work on Black Ops 4. Waiting for Christmas for an excuse to make tons of good food. That's valid. I'm gonna be eating real good this Thanksgiving. I didn't do this. Do you consume caffeine? If so, what is my favorite drink? I do consume caffeine. Not super often. I have it like maybe once or twice a week. I do have a coffee in front of me right now, actually. And it'll also be sort of in a mini opinion piece where I'm like, by the way, I fucking love insta-kill rounds because this is what makes Black Ops 1 fun. It's like a reward for surviving so long, you know? No, my favorite drink is, I like a mocha. So I make my coffee, like I grind up the beans and then make the coffee and then I mix it with hot chocolate mix. Well, I didn't even react in time. It's a good thing they only dropped one power-up. I can still get through the round with only 4 max ammos, but we're very quickly approaching the point where that will no longer be true. What do you think the most competitive map right now in BO1, 2, 3 is? Competitive as in the most people playing it, or competitive as in the most difficult to beat the world record? Because the first thing that immediately comes to mind is Black Ops 1 Ascension. Just, that's a map where it's generally, like, really difficult to beat the world record because it's incredibly optimized. That's the first thing that comes to mind is BO1 Ascension. What? Where did you come from? Bro, how did I get spawners outside? Whatever. Yeah, that's my first instinct is BO1 Ascension. But there's some others that are pretty competitive, or at least difficult to beat. I would say Die Rise is up there in the sense that maybe not a lot of people are competing for Die Rise, and in terms of, like, beating the error, it's very easy to beat the record, but... And not a lot of people are playing it right now, necessarily. That's a map that I'm interested in learning. Consistently as some of the most people playing it. Yeah, that was, like, when he asked the question, that was the first thing that I thought of. There's a lot of people always playing Ascension, and the record is very difficult to beat. Which is ironic, because, like, if you're just playing high rounds or going for 100, Ascension is one of the easiest maps. But if you're trying to beat the world record, Ascension is one of the hardest maps. Ascension and Doris. Yeah, Doris also. Black Ops 1. They are the 2 highest skill ceiling. Like I said, if you're just playing casually, very easy map. But because it's so easy, if you want to beat the world record is stupidly optimized. Very difficult. Requires a lot of good luck. And skill. Like, Ascension is optimized to the point where you get a couple bad trades, and that could just end your run. Or at least prevent you from beating a world record. How about Varuk, Shino, and Shang? Barely see people touch them. Varuk, who is it, Sluya, that's playing right now? Varuk on Black Ops 1, the record is round 208, but Sluya is trying to hit round 227. Which is the theoretical cap. So in some sense, it's like, it's a very beatable map if you play quickly. In the other sense, it's a very difficult map because, like, you don't have, like, you only have 3 monkeys and then you're out for the rest of the game. You don't get drops. He's on Instas on Varuk right now? Yeah, that's what I thought. Shinonuma, The record is 100% beatable. It's that nobody really likes restarting on Shinonuma, including myself. And the strat, like, if you want to really optimize the world record, the most optimal strat's difficult. But if you want to just beat the world record, you can beat it with a little practice. You get monkeys back on Instas? Oh, that's true. I didn't consider that. But you do have to go a long portion of the game just flawless, or at least, like, without any issues. But I guess once you get to Instas, it's fine. Watching on your school laptop. Kudos to your school for letting YouTube.com be accessible. Well, I guess that makes sense. They can't block all of YouTube. Watching while doing drugs at work that your boss gave you. Nice. I've unfortunately never done drugs at work. Are you going for the world record? Not necessarily in this game. In the sense that, like, this is the highest round that I've ever been to on this map. So I'm not gonna, like, say, oh yes, I'm going for world record, knowing that I'm probably not optimized enough to do so. But, like, as a long-term goal, do I want the world record on Moon? I probably do, yeah. Am I probably gonna, like, start more games after this one is over to try and, like, push and be better? Yes. But is it gonna be this game? No, I doubt it. Can't see where the drop is. There we go. $180, then break. Well, I'm gonna play for about what? Let's see. I'm gonna play for about 3.5 more hours. It would be kind of funny if you're taking a CPR class from you and the instructor starts ODing, so you kind of get to try to get to do some CPR for real. See, I always make a lot of the same jokes in every class I teach, mostly because the people are only there for 2 hours and the jokes are new to them, even if they're the same every time for me. Hasn't Jake got the world record on Ancient Evil? I think he's on the world record round, I believe. At least, I'm pretty sure that's the record according to what footage is public and available, because Kill Will had the record, but now his channel got deleted. So none of the footage exists anymore, so he doesn't have the record. Moon Reset is like 80 hours. It's like 78 or something. I guess it makes sense. If you take the 37 hours here and add it to the 41-ish hours left, that's about 78. Why did his channel get deleted? He died in one of his games and rage quit so hard he deleted his entire channel. And I'm not even joking. Yeah. Ain't Origins the most competitive BO2 map right now? In some ways, yes. I think that less players are playing BO2 Origins than maybe, like, Transit might be more competitive in terms of both maps have, like, relatively new discoveries that people are trying to optimize and, like, want to push. Transit, the Brazilian players especially, are eyeing the 255. They want the 255 to happen. Whereas Origins, people are also trying to beat the record, but not 255. Still very popular. Hey, Don Fiji. 255 is possible in Transit? It's seeming like it could be possible. Seeming. Do you have to worry about closed zone error for Dairei's Power Room? Possibly. I think that we are still testing that to see how much it affects it. If it affects it, you probably want the door open. If it doesn't affect it, maybe you want it closed. We're figuring out what makes the most sense. Because obviously the limiting factor, regardless of how you play, is how quickly you can knife. Chris Voltage. Chris Voltage is probably playing DOA 4 right as we speak. Which is a shame, because Decal's getting all the credit for Ashes of the Damned, but DOA 4 is going to be crazy real soon. BO2 Origins, in your opinion, is the hardest map to get the world record? I think that it's beatable. I'm not saying it's easy, you know, you have to be fairly optimized, but I think it's pretty beatable for someone who's experienced and or someone who puts the time in. I mean, that's a massive deal, especially considering, like, I remember a bunch of years ago when the first ever 150 happened on Origins, and people were saying, oh my god, this is insane, this is the maximum possible round, nobody will ever beat this. And then someone got 151, and people were like, oh my god, this is the max possible, and then got 154, and people were like, oh my god, this is the maximum round, nobody will ever beat this. And here we are. This ain't Origin. Yeah, I'm gonna do Origins, not tomorrow, possibly Wednesday will be Origins Day, possibly. Seeming like maybe yes, but we'll see. He plays an 8-bit version of Lullaby for Dead Man if you activate in reverse order. What? I haven't heard that. I'm pretty sure there's an 8-bit version of Lullaby for Dead Man that's activated a different way. Well, there is an Easter egg song. I don't think it's that Easter egg song, but it might be. You have to go prone on the, like, generator 1. You go prone next to both number 1s and interact. And then at generator 5, you go prone next to one of them and you interact. And it activates a song. And then there's a third song with the red radios, in addition to the green rocks. Can you do PO1 Kino instead of Origins? I wish I could. But unfortunately, you're the one who commented Origins, and even if you might not have wanted that, the people who liked your comment did. How many maps do you think still have potential new strategy discoveries like Dairei's? It's truly impossible to say. I think that most maps can be push, and I bet that most maps have some technology that has not been discovered yet. How useful or not they might be really depends on the map and what strategies currently exist. Like, in the sense that tagged or toten, nothing's gonna beat the one window as a concept, but, like, maybe there'll be other things we discover about how to run it better. Exactly. I wish that we had more of like a tasks community for COD Zombies, so that we had a bit of a better understanding of like what the true limits are, if that makes sense. Surely BO1 knocked is like dead end right now. BO1 knocked, I mean, the way that you push BO1 knocked is better box luck. Because that you just have to box error later, I guess. True, like Mario Kart. Mario Kart World is crazy because, like, people are constantly finding new shortcuts and strategies and things like that. Kino also has a lot of votes. Kino does have a lot of votes. It's very clearly in second place. Much to Jake's disappointment. We will see a 200 before the end of the decade on Origins. I feel like that might be a bit of a stretch, but we'll see. I'm always happy to be wrong about these sort of things. Yes, I do know about that. The error comes from killing zombies as they're spawning in the ground. Which, funnily enough, makes sense because on Zetsubou, even though you can run Skullroom to 255, killing zombies as they're spawning, like it, with the skull of Nansapwe inside the Skullroom, can increase the entities and can cause you to error earlier. The caveat being, like, you can still make it to 255 because of how easy Zetsubou is, but like if you wanted to play Zetsubou to reset, you wouldn't be like playing Skullroom because it increases the entities. BO1 Knocked is probably the slowest map of all time. It's up there for sure. It's a real pain. Especially when you consider it's 2 hits and your game's over. Okay. I should have enough ammo to finish the round, but also you'll sort of see. I used 4 max ammos this round, and I'm getting to a point where I'm going to use a lot of my remaining wave gun ammo. Be honest, is Bus Depot the slowest map ever? I think, like, in terms of SPH, yes. But also, in a lot of ways, farm... Well, I guess farm is faster because you have double tap. Alright, another insta-kill round. These are so much fun. Good lord, the thing has lots of ammo in it. Yep. Quite good for these insta-kill rounds. Quite good. What map is grinded the most right now on BO3? Shadows of Evil or something else? I mean, technically, I guess Revelations is up there. Just because, like, a lot of people like going for Revelations 255 speedruns because they're relatively easy, I guess. At least compared to the other 255s. But, I don't know. Black Ops 3 in general just has, like, less players playing competitively because not that many people actually care about 255 speedruns. Do I want this Carpenter? I guess I'll take it. Yeah, everything's pretty optimized in the sense that, like, most maps that have somewhat difficult 255s just don't get grinded for 255 speedruns. Like, nobody really cares about, like, beating the Zetsubo 255 speedrun. If you're going to play Zetsubo, like, most of the time you just either want the 255 or... Nice, useful insta-kill. Them 255 cap is a real mistake. Yep. Speedrun, the speedrun just got beat last month. Was that the one by the Gamer's End? Or was that a different one? Someone achieved 255 in Shang? I guess technically not at the moment if you don't consider Sniper Cat's run legit. What? What happened to Sniper Cat? He was caught splicing one of his runs. Which wasn't the Shang run, it was his Verrucht run, but now it calls into question all the other runs he's done. Yeah, like he took the footage from 2 separate games and combined them, pretending that it was one game. I wouldn't complain if I get a natural max ammo. Like right here. But if I have to hack one, that's fine too. That's what I like to see. Oh, perfect. Okay. Actual useful death machine. I'm just having a harder time reading chat while the insta-kill round is going on, so bear with me. It probably doesn't make sense for me to teleport to get another HK max, I don't think. I think I just spend the rest of the round after this just buying M16. That's the great thing about insta-kill rounds. You could just never be overpowered by the zombies. You could just kill them so easily. They never come close to you. How do you skip 25-day error? Ah, shoot. What? What? That sucks. Okay. Wish the older CODs had save and quit. It'd be far more likely to go to 255. I think that save and quit in general is a good thing so that people aren't, like, actually losing their minds or doing something unhealthy in order to get a world record. But at the same time, like, with Black Ops 6 and Black Ops 7, like, the meta is just, the game is just ruined, because there's no record to even beat anymore, other than fastest 999, but, like, nobody really cares about who did it in the least amount of game time so much as they care about, like, who did it first, you know? And it's already been done. An artificial time limit to act as a reset timer would definitely make the game more exciting. How hard is it to come up with a mod that does that? There is one that exists for Black Ops 4 that works decently well, but it's not perfect. Wait, Ash's sub 1 hour 100 is possible? That feels ridiculous. That feels like it shouldn't be possible. Why? round. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. See, oh, wait. I want to see how fast that was. What's the fastest round on Ashes? Isn't it the one where you, like, sit in that jail cell and you just spam PhD or something? Okay, current round 175. And it took 16 minutes and 16 seconds. Holy! Oh, that's pretty good. I mean, that's also with, like, getting a perfect max ammo in here as soon as my HK and M16 was done. Woo! That's nice. That's clean. Okay, now I can read chat more. It's difficult for me to read chat during the insta-kill round because I'm just, like, looking at the zombies. This video on your channel, it's a different spot. I want to see. I'm going to pull up your video real quick, actually. Let me pull it up. Go to channel. Fastest strategy, Ashes of the Damned. Okay, let's see. Listen, no disrespect, Egg. I want to say, like, you know, I don't have a problem with people who enjoy BO7. I don't want you to think I'm saying this against you. But this strategy just looks like stupid. Do you understand what I'm saying? It just, like, what the fuck is going on? This is modern zombies. Why do I recognize that staircase? Is this meant to be... Is this meant to be that one area of buried? Or do I just... Does it just look like a staircase? And I'm crazy. Why are you chucking tomahawks at the wall? Is that, like, hitting zombies? Oh, shit. Oh. It's like 34 seconds per round. For the bear? That kills the bear if they're just, like, in the... Buried-esque, but it's not a remodel? Okay. It looks like the area where the chalk drawings are. You know that staircase that goes up towards Mule Kick? That's what this looks like. Where all the chalk is that you pick up. That was with a down. What the fuck is this? Listen, no disrespect, because obviously you've got this down to a relative science, other than, you know, taking 4 downs and not being successful. But, like, this is modern zombies? Isn't every map just gonna be like, hey, find a spot with a low ceiling, just spam PhD? Which, I guess, isn't what I expected. I thought it would be score streaks again, but, like, what the fuck is this? 45 minutes. Wait, this is from round 1? This is from round 1. 45 minutes to round 83. What the fuck? What? You're already, you're 8 minutes in and you've already gotten set up and you're there? It's 56 minutes to 100? Come on. Like this is what I mean. This is worse than mutant injection. This is something else, man. Sub 1 hour 100 might be possible. I feel like it's definitely possible. Nobody's done it yet, right? Every stream he starts is titled 0+. I have seen that. Man, I feel like I want to do a video on why Modern Zombies is trash, but I feel like that's going to be one of those videos that attracts people that aren't normally subscribed to me, and then they're all going to hate on it. When I made my couple videos saying this thing on BO6 looks terrible, people were like, oh, no, you're just a hater. And I'm like, okay. Guess what, guys? BO6 came out a year ago and it's already dead. Anyone else disagree? Hour 6 without a perkaholic. Just a hater. Someone posted on Reddit the other day, and they were like, why is everyone hating on BO7? The campaign kind of sucks, the multiplayer's not bad, and Zombies is beloved. And I was like, who says Zombies is beloved? And they were like, oh, whenever I go on social media, all I see is posts of people loving it. And I'm like, okay, whenever I go on social media, all I see is comments of people hating it. So can we understand that that's how the algorithm works? It feeds you what you want to see. And can you not use your social media as a source that the game is beloved? And I said, can we recognize that sales are down 61% in the UK? Can we recognize that if you go on Call of Duty's own social media accounts, all they're getting is hate comments? And the guy was like, no, those are just multiplayer people that are hating. 99% of people only play multiplayer. The Zombies is actually the most loved it's ever been. And I was like, what? Ashes of Damned is really fun if you don't do cheese strats. The trap strat that Decal was running doesn't look that bad. It looks very Blood of the Dead-esque. But at the same time, it's like, I don't want to do Blood of the Dead strat for 120 hours until I get the maximum round and nobody can beat the world record, because there's no world record to beat. Hey, Everton. I forgot, but isn't it BO1 co-ops that had no pauses before? Yes. So BO1 co-ops, you could not pause. The only way to like take a sleeper was to get into a glitch spot. But now with Plutonium, you can pause. Plutonium does allow you to leave a game and then rejoin. Am I going for the world record? Not necessarily this game. I'm just trying to play to as high of a round as I can and hope for the best. And if I get a world record on the way, that's cool, but I doubt it'll be this game. Modern Zombies should be a speedrun game time to 999, but nobody really cares. Part of the reason nobody cares is, like, I do think that a lot of people play on console and not on PC. And, you know, let's say I'm good at Zombies, but I don't have a capture card, or I can't afford a capture card, and I'm playing on console. I can stream the game from my console, but getting an accurate game time is going to be really difficult. Yeah, the other thing I was going to say, the song that the trap plays is so annoying. Like, I don't know why they needed to have it play a song. I would not want to listen to that for 120 hours. Yeah, I mean, like, genuinely, people going for co-op records on BO1 were just, like, barely sleeping, or were struggling, or, like, were staying up for almost 70 hours. It's just such a pain, and it's like, you don't want to encourage people to, like, destroy their body just to get the co-op world record. And you don't want somebody who already destroyed the body to just destroy their body to just eternally hold a record because nobody wants to stay up for 72 hours to beat it. Like, it's just not healthy. And let me tell you from experience, like, Jake and I got to 110 on Call of the Dead, and it was like a 40-something hour game. It took us 3 days of playing IRL, playing like 15 hours a day for 3 days straight, and then I ended up dying, and we lost. And I just feel like it would have been so much nicer if we had access to co-op pause. Because then we wouldn't have to, like, wait until both of us had a week free. And we can just kind of play on our own schedules. Someone collapsed last year during a BO1 co-op? Yeah, I just feel like, in general, we shouldn't be encouraging that. Even if it might feel like it's cheating to use something that wasn't available in the vanilla game. Like, I don't really care. I don't want to see other players of the community, including myself, fucking, like, collapsing after playing hours and hours. Someone suggested that the BO3 mods should have a pause button like BO4. BO3, you can't even pause on split screen, which is crazy. I was with my friend, and he was like, let's play zombies. And I'm like, listen, I'm down, but we're playing Black Ops 4, because on Black Ops 3, if we're playing on the same console, you can't pause on split screen. So, like, if either of us needs to use the bathroom or take a smoke break, you just can't. Remember when Exo Zombies released and you couldn't even pause in solo? I think I remember that as well. Can't you use save states for solo at least? Yes. But if you're playing solo on any game, you just pause. Like, sure, it's healthier, but it's healthier in that, like, you don't have to worry about a power outage, but you're playing solo, you should just pause. Like, we don't have an easy way to trust that you're not splicing if you're using save states in any form. Where'd you come from? Save states should be used for task runs. And, like, not me, because I don't super care, but, like, more people need to play some task runs of zombies. It's just annoying to run a PC constantly if you want to go to extremely high rounds. That's why hibernation exists. Unfortunately not for BO4, but... TAS you could just play in slow motion? Yes, you could. And I think it would be interesting to see, like, what we can do if we optimize everything absolutely perfectly. It's just that I don't want to play a 75-hour long game, possibly a lot of it in slow motion. But I bet we could find some interesting discoveries with TAS. Always one-hit trades. Yeah, that would be insane. Because here's the thing, like, listen, I always say this. I do care about there being competitive leaderboards, but also at the same time, I'm more curious about what the limits of the game are. Including, to a small degree, like, if I had a perfect trade every single trade for the entire game, how far could I go? You know what I mean? Because truly, if we want to be like, if we want to get into semantics, that would be the highest possible round. Would be whatever round you can get to, with absolutely perfect RNG. In theory. I mean, I will say, like, if you TAS it so that, like, all the zombies coincidentally only spawn into one window, that I don't necessarily agree with. I guess, I don't know. To me, that seems a little bit more excessive than just perfect trades. But I guess that is a thing you could do as well. Is just make it so that, coincidentally, none of the zombies decide to spawn in any window but one. But that just wouldn't happen. Bus Depot TAS. Tool-assisted speedrun, meaning you purposely play with, like, manipulated RNG, you purposely play with save states, you purposely play with, like, you slow down the game, like, you slow down the game so that you can have perfect inputs. Perfect RNG would be getting max ammos from QED. You throw a QED, you don't even kill zombies, you just get a natural max every single time. You wouldn't even run Gershes. You would just stay in here, and you would run QEDs, and you would just throw a QED and get a drop, and then once you use all your QEDs on the round, then you kill the zombies, and you get your normal drops. And you can get 11 power-ups per round. But you just wouldn't leave the room. You just throw a QED right here and get a max ammo. Kill them all with zap guns. You wouldn't be able to shoot the zap guns that fast, would you? Fast ray the zap guns. That would be crazy. There we go. I hope I didn't spawn any crawlers. There we go. Something tells me there might be a Nova Crawler on the map. Yeah, I get the feeling there's a Nova Crawler. I got it mid-teleport animation. Did you see that? When we get into C100 on Nuketown, it's possible. That's for sure. It is possible. Would anyone actually do a task of zombies? I mean, I wouldn't. That just doesn't sound like a super interesting way to spend my time. But you get 255 on Die Rise if everything went perfectly. I don't doubt it. It wouldn't be easy, but if you're using tool assisted, you wouldn't die. Especially if you play in like 50% speed and you can react to everything perfectly and get the timing down perfectly. You can kill the horde right as the elevator gets out of the way. Yeah, I don't want to play 100+ hours of Nuketown. No disrespect to Nuketown, but man, this does not sound like a good use of my time. The highest reset time on Nuketown, wouldn't it be if perks spawned as late as possible? I think, don't the perks always spawn at the same rounds? Like, you wouldn't, if it spawns one round later or whatever, it wouldn't really change anything. Like, you're just so early into the game that it's not going to matter. All the perks will be spawned in within 30 minutes. Because doesn't the last one always come at 25 on co-op and like earlier on solo? Well, Nuketown's reset can be like 180 hours, but if you pick up a fire sale at any point in the game, the reset goes down significantly. Canceling the ceiling spawner isn't allowed on BO1, that's correct, which I don't agree with, but them's the rules, I guess. I don't agree with it solely because on this map, it is objectively a bad thing if you glitch it. So it's weird that not only is it a bad thing, it also invalidates your run. Shangri-La, I'm pretty sure it doesn't really make a difference at all. It'd be slightly easier, but like it really doesn't make a difference. And then Call of the Dead, it does make it a lot easier, but I think fair game is fair game. It's not my fault that I shot the scavenger there and they just decided to stop spawning. It's the way I've always seen it. You shouldn't ever be shooting the scav there at all, though? Well, I guess if you're playing optimally, but like... What if I'm just a casual player and I say, I'm going to walk through this tunnel and shoot the scavenger because I have zombies behind me, and then you glitch both spawns. And you have no idea what causes it. Or you grab a poorly timed nuke and it glitches a spawn. Which is technically possible. Or you grab an insta-kill and you're in the wrong spot. Casual players skip rounds sometimes. Yeah, but not more than once per game, I believe. Sometimes they do when they turn the power on, but I've never seen a casual skip around by, like, fucking running. At least not the way that, like, that one... Whoever it was, that one record from way back in the day... that skipped around on like 127. You know what I'm talking about. Is it in the cave area near the MP5? Yes, there's two of them, one for each of the ceiling spawns there. A lot of people accidentally skipped rounds on Kino over the years. Yeah, which again, it's one of those things, it really does suck to have it invalidated, but that's the sort of thing you can't allow, because if you do allow it, then people will skip all the rounds that they can. But like, the one window isn't skipping around. Not the one window. Like, glitching a ceiling spawn is not skipping a whole round. You're still killing all the zombies. I should make a video on that. Because, like, I think that a lot of people, especially people who watch, like, VS Slot or some of those guys, know about the Kino round skip. I bet they don't know that it can be done, like, multiple times in one game. And really, like, every 3 rounds. If you allow ceiling spawn canceling for one map, people will want it for a map like Call of the Dead. I know. I think it should be allowed across the board. I would love to use it on Call of the Dead. I probably will use it on Call of the Dead. But, I mean, granted, I am going to play Call of the Dead and do something else that shouldn't be allowed. But, you know. You can block every single window spawn on Call of the Dead. Every single buildable barrier, you can stop the zombies from coming out of them. It doesn't stop them from spawning, it stops them from coming out of the window. And then you get into sort of ridiculous territory. I still need to make that video, but I also want to make the video with like 72 hours of Call of the Dead footage of me legit getting to 140 or something. Well, yeah, if you do the moon 24 zombies around glitch, as soon as you hit instas, you're just playing instas, and then on every other round, you just... you just skip. Like I said, I don't think it should be main category legal, but do I want somebody to play a moon game where they skip a bunch of rounds, like every other round for the whole game? Kind of, yeah. You got the strat tester working? Nice. What's my PB on Call of the Dead? It is round 110 on co-op, but round 70 on solo. And then I got to round 410 on Call of the Dead Remastered. Not on Black Ops 3. On Black Ops 4. You get 1 zombie per round every single round on Moon? Yeah, that's ridiculous. I still want somebody to play it out, though. Let's just get around 500, just for the fun of it. We should have a glitch category. We should have an any % category. Not every map will need one, but a lot of maps, it would just be, like, cool. It's for science, you know? To me, it's not about, oh, what's legit. It's about, like, what's possible. How much can we break the game in ways the developers didn't intend? That's what I want to see. $100 on Remastered? Yeah, 100 on Call of the Dead Remastered on Black Ops 4. Well, I said 400. On Call of the Dead Remastered on Black Ops 4. The strat would probably be skipping non-insta rounds. Technically, you could just skip every round. Gonna go for instas on 5, wish you luck? Alright, good luck. Type 100 teleporter? Wait, what does Type 100 teleporter do on World at War Doris? Is there something I'm not aware of? High round would be 5,000. I don't think 5,000 would be possible, because, like, if you think about it, even if the rounds have only 1 zombie per round, you still have to teleport every round. You still have to go all the way from the receiving bay up to the teleporter and, like, and waste time in no man's land. I think you end up losing too much time that, like, we probably wouldn't even see 1,000 before you reset. It's way cheesier than that. You don't have to teleport. You don't even have to open the door to the labs. Just let Astro teleport you to power. Wait, what? How does that work? I might be in unfamiliar territory. All right, let me get a drop. Just needed the 1 more drop to finish the round, and then we're chilling. This is worrying because we are at the point where normal rounds take over 30 minutes with getting drops perfectly. Like, 174 took me over 30 minutes, and I had every single drop within 1 or 2 Gershes and no trades and no teleports. There we go. Are you using roof patch this game? I am. Hey, Mussy. Rasmus. Did poorly. Friend qualified for World. Nice. Happy to hear that your friend did well. Wait, how do you not open the door to the labs? That's what I think I'm missing right now. Just fly up to the teleporter from power? Oh, using like 333? You just go up? That's kind of funny. Well, it's closed, but like you fly up from the bottom. The reverse of the route that I just took to get from the biodome to here is what he's saying. That's so interesting. I'll need to try that. And then you're saying you have the astronaut teleport you to power so you save time? You're on round 60 and the roof spawn disabled? Depends what your goal is. If you want to go to 100, you don't need it to be enabled. You are going to lose a bunch of time. But there is an argument to be made that you lose more time by starting on round 1 if you want to just get there. But if you're trying to, like, play a game out, then you 100% restart if you're going past 100. Astro headbutts you and it always sends you to power. And then you just fly up. That's so fascinating. Huh. I want to try that really badly. Like, I just want to see if I can get to 100 in, like, an hour. I guess the cooldown wouldn't apply because you're flying from the bottom. The cage would be up top. The cage would be, like, above the teleporter, but if you're going from the bottom, the cage wouldn't block you. How is the Astro setting you up? You set your FPS to 333, which breaks the gravity, and then you just jump, and you fly all the way up. That's round. Alright, another insta-kill round. Round 5,000 would be crazy. Okay, I'm gonna have a harder time reading chat. How do you know when insta-kill rounds start? They're all marked down in that. Let me show you what I'm looking at. This is a chart that shows how many like max ammo / how many wonder weapons it takes to finish the round. But you'll notice all these rounds are red. The red rounds are the insta-kill rounds. So I'm on 177 right now. Here's an insta-kill round. That's an insta-kill round. That's an insta-kill. And then here's where the pattern changes. I'm 186. You can see there's a few, like, in a row. But it's the same rounds every time. I want a perfectly timed max ammo inside of this room again. Like, as soon as I'm done with the HK. That doesn't help me. That spreadsheet is public. It's on Zombicus. Problem is, if I was paying better attention to my drop cycle, I would know if I have a chance of getting a natural max this round. Like, so then I can try to spawn it inside of this room and not leave. Like I did on the last insta-kill round. You can find each insta-kill round just by doing the math. Because remember, the way that the health is calculated is you take the previous round's health and multiply it by 1.1. And so you could just do the math and see, does that number that you get end up overflowing or not? And if it does, then you know... Or if it remains a negative number, then you know you have an insta-kill round. The other way to test it would just be use a mod menu, skip every round, and see which rounds zombies are insta-killable. But also, yet a third way to test it is just to watch any World at War footage, because there's 24 zombies around, and on Knocked and Verrückt, insta-kill rounds are the same rounds as they are on Black Ops 1. Always on that moon grind. You know it. I would appreciate a natural max here. But if I don't get one, I'll just go get a hacker and I'll force one. Oh, I forgot to throw my grenades. I should actually do that. All right. Anyone born Y2K was not born in an insta-round year? I was born in the year 2000. Perfect. The question is, are a lot of the zombies stuck inside the window right now? Is the important question. The answer is maybe. The answer is likely. Maybe. Never mind, I guess it seems like they got out. All right, any power up at all would be great. Any power up at all. Quite literally, any power up. 2 of them left on the round. Actually, maybe 3 of them left on the round. No, 2, because I had the nuke. Before I start losing too much time, that this becomes not worth it. Which I already am. Holy shit! Please, game, give me any power up. Any at all. I don't even care if I have to buy ammo. I have plenty of points. I just need any power up. There are 2 left. Please, game. Holy shit, I'm losing all this time. this isn't still worth it anymore, is it? How many zombies do I have to kill? Guess thank God I'm not Gershing for a power-up. Okay, that may not have been worth it. Yeah, it might have been time. Yeah, I mean, I realized that. But they were 100% stuck, and I was like, shit, how long is it going to take them to be unstuck? Is the thing I was worried about. We'll see how this round compares to the one where I had a natural max inside the room. Because that one was stupidly fast. I only bought ammo for the M16 twice, and I didn't have to leave the room until then. But, I don't know. I guess it's fine. I mean, it would have been faster if I just got a power-up. And it didn't take, what was that, like 4 or 5 hordes to do so? I bought ammo for the M16 twice before I got a power-up. Must have been at least 5 hordes. But oh well. I mean I need the max ammo for my wave gun anyway. I also couldn't guarantee that the next drop was going to be a natural max, which is unfortunate because I would have liked it if it spawned in here. The look back method is so dope. I got it down your moon game with the in-game timer. Nice. Glad that that's working for you. It's a piece of tech that, like, once you sort of understand it and use it optimally, it's so helpful. It's so nice to know. It's these little things that just kind of make you understand how the zombies work better, you know? Make you understand where the zombies are at any given time. Do you like the PlayStation or Xbox controller feel better? I like Xbox better, but I play on PlayStation because I've just gotten so used to it. But I think that Xbox is just a better designed controller. Fuck! Why does that keep Why? That's landing in the window, too. It's hitting a zombie, and it's not even killing the zombie it's hitting. Jeez. Time loss. Hey, Connor Salt. So it does have a very big radius. It's easier than you think to glitch the spawn if you're not playing with the patch. Do you know some tips to get high rounds on 5 by chance? Yeah. Depends on what you're having trouble with, really. Because I can definitely help you, but also a lot of my tips would probably be in an eventual video. You need somewhere to train the zombies? Well, that's step 1, is you shouldn't be training the zombies. For the early rounds, camp in... Okay, do you know that one room in the labs where there's like a mini room inside the room that has a box location? Where it's just like a tiny room with a box location where there's only one way out? And then there's like, I think, a grenade wall by in that room. You want to camp in that room, the larger room, towards the back side of the room, because when you camp there, they only come from directly in front of you, just outside the room. And you can camp there until like the 40s pretty easily. And then after that, you would switch to the trap strat, which would be on the top floor. What guns should you use? The ray gun, the Mustang and Sally, and the Pack-a-Punch crossbow. And also, don't forget monkeys. Probably gonna get a higher round this game than my BO3 Moon game. I don't doubt it. But we'll see. the end of the round. I didn't even need to go buy ammo. That's unfortunate. Okay, that round was slower. Lost too much time. Last night you hit 60? So, I mean, if you're hitting 60, then you should be able to do the trap strat pretty easily. That was like 10 seconds a horde. So much time lost, but that's okay. I didn't realize that was the end of the round. You're gonna add in the roof spawn fix? That will help you for sure. Because it's genuinely just so annoying to have your game end due to something that's largely out of your control. It's very frustrating for sure. Yeah, 213 is definitely possible for me. I'm not very far away, all things considered. Figure out how to add the in-game timer patch for BO1. Is that the same way to add patches to other games like Boy and BO2 Pluto? BO2 Pluto and Black Ops 3 both have their own ways of adding patches. I still need to work on that video where I explain all of that, but I need to get a good script for that written down. Yeah, I should work on that. I'm sort of in this block of like, I have a lot of videos I want to work on. And I can't decide which one I want to do first, and then I end up procrastinating. I also need to figure out when I'm going to play Origins, because odds are I'm not going to wait until this game is done to play Origins. I think I'm just going to play. And then come back to this. Origins now. How do you get the moon map? It is a DLC. You purchase it. Origins now. I don't have time now. I gotta leave in 2 hours. It's not enough time to get to 100. I probably could have done it if I started the stream on Origins, but I didn't want to assume that I was gonna get the setup on the first try and get a sub 4 100. 2 hours you can get to 100? No, it's not true. It's super fast, but it's like the 100 speedrun is sub 4, I believe, which is fast for the game it's on. Can you still get it? Yes. You're gonna have to look at whichever version of Black Ops 1 you have and go to whatever store you got it from. Whatever digital store you got it from, and buy the DLC. Or find another way. It's like 3 hours, 5 minutes. It's better than I thought. It's definitely not sub 3. I don't think it's sub 3. Yeah, no, it's not that fast. And like, if I'm even getting remotely close to a sub 3 or even a sub 4, it means that I'm either patching or I'm playing cracked out of my mind in a way that I don't think I can do, because I don't even remember how to... I don't remember all the symbols to upgrade the ice staff. 309, so 310 is actually faster than I thought. How long have you been playing this game? Not just the gameplay, but in general? Like, when did I start? That's a great question. Let's see. I started this game on... When was this posted? When was this streamed, rather? I started this game on November 4th. So I've been in the game for 20 days. And this is my in-game time. Don't get 25-day black screen. You're kind of approaching it. Well, I have an easy fix. I'm doing well, Bobbing Ben. How are you? I mean, obviously, I've been playing on and off. So I've been in the game for 20 days, but that was only... Well, okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is my 10th session. So, 185 this stream? Maybe. I have another 2 hours to play, so we'll see how much I can get done in that time. Just under 2 hours, I should say. So I did 10 sessions, which means I've only played half of the days that I've been in the game. And I'm averaging like 3 to 4 hours a session. I'm no decal or anything. Okay, last zombie gives me a power-up. Sure. I'll take it. Could you give me a quick rundown of how to add the BO3 patches in my Discord? And does DS4C patch give you first box? The way to add patches depends on... Are you playing Boy or are you playing... Steam? I'm assuming you're playing Boy. And then the follow-up is, do you own the game on Steam or are you booting it in Boy? Do you reckon that after a couple hours you risk losing concentration? Oh, 100%. Like, I don't like to play more than... Like, 4 hours is sort of more than I'm normally comfortable playing. I usually like to do, like, 3-hour sessions at most. But lately I've been doing some 4-hour sessions. You're playing on Boy, you own it on Steam? So I believe if you own it on Steam, go into the Steam workshop. And... Dude, fucking decal, 120 hours in 1 week. If you go into the Steam Workshop and download DS4C, and I'm pretty sure if you do that, it should be available on Boy as well. Should be. Hermetrics, maybe you know better than I do, because I don't own the game on Steam, so I used a different method to install it. But I think if you own it on Steam, it just adds it to your mods folder, and then you're good. You don't know? Yeah, try downloading it from the Steam Workshop and then see if it works when you load into Boy. I always felt that playing records is super boring, but if you only play a couple hours a day, it seems fun. That's what I always tell people. Like, I understand that a lot of people aren't going to want to play for hours and hours a day to get a record. But these days, you don't need to do that. Like if you want to pace yourself, which is what I've done for every record I've ever held, is like I don't play like crazy. I just pace myself. Though the only record I didn't do that for was Tagged or Toten, and I was miserable. And as soon as you hit a point where you go, oh, I'm bored, or oh, I'm fatigued, or oh, I'm tired, like, immediately pause. And then just continue when you're feeling up for it. And it doesn't matter if you take a couple days off in between. Like, you can just keep going whenever. Is your Boy folder separate from your original game? Like, I would be pretty miserable if I was streaming this for 12 hours. And then booted up tomorrow and streamed it for another 12 hours. The way I find high rounds fun are challenges. What sorts of challenges do you play? This is why Modern Zombies is awesome. Save and quit makes it achievable, even if you aren't rich enough to have your equipments running for a week. Well, again, I don't leave my PC running. I hibernate it, which does not waste any electricity. So, moot point. Listen, and that's not to say that save and quit isn't a good feature. It really is. It makes high rounds more accessible. But save and quit should exist on an older game where, like, the rounds actually get harder and longer, and not the modern game where you just hit the cap in a week. Margwa challenges on Shadows or Rev? What does that mean? You don't kill any Margwas? Save and quit is way better. Save and quit is better because it means... Listen, save and quit is better in the sense that, like, people are going to would actually want to go for high rounds, knowing that they don't have to leave everything on and or connected. The only thing that doesn't make people want to go for high rounds is the fact that BO6 and BO7 aren't fun to high round, because the game is so mind-numbingly easy and the difficulty doesn't scale. Kill a Margwa, game over? That does sound difficult. Hey, Garcia. I know about that. What does BO6 gameplay have to do with save and quit? I'm saying the reason why save and quit is good is because it encourages people to go for high rounds, knowing that you can continue later and not have to leave it on. The reason why save and quit isn't good in the game it's on is because Black Ops 6 is terrible and nobody wants to high round it anyway. And in general, that's true for Black Ops 7. Yep, you can hibernate your PC and keep all your games going, and it doesn't use any electricity. You can fully unplug it. Like, if I wanted to hibernate my PC and then unplug it, and then plug it in a different location, I could do that. Hola. It gets very intense around 60 plus. Not really, though. Like, yeah, you're dealing with super sprinters, but the game's not hard. Yeah, I'm all for save and quit. If it gets more people to want to high round, that's good. I'm against all of the rest of what BO6 and BO7 have to offer. If you hibernate your PC and unplug it, will you lose your game? Nope, you keep your game. Yeah, PC is way better than console. The only game with worse boss spam than the Launch BO6 maps are the Launch BO4 maps. That's true. There's too many bosses on Voyage and 9. And they did a good job of scaling it back on Dead of the Night and Ancient Evil. Motherfucker. Now I need to teleport to finish the round. That's unfortunate. I think at this point, Juice or Jimmy, it is basically normalized. Like, I think that people are just totally fine with bypassing it these days. Because now we discovered what causes it. And you can just use a vanilla console command to fix it. Or just wait it out. Hola, Garcia. Which is weird, because I don't think the rules currently reflect that, but, like... At this point, 25-day error is a thing of the past, pretty much. Round 76 with 5 Margwas spawned in. You want to make the challenge difficult? You want to make the challenge really difficult? Go inside of the Apothecon and stay there. Because a Margwa or a Panzer spawns in once every 8 minutes, regardless of, like, how many zombies are even left on the round. It always spawns. Did I say go inside the Margwa? Go inside the Apothecon. And stay there. I forget what I said. Go inside the Margwa. Phrasing. Panzers are a nightmare since they can kill Margwas with a death explosion. I didn't know that interaction existed. That's interesting. I feel like if a boss kills another boss, that shouldn't count. It should be only you not being able to kill them. Then you could cheese the challenge by using every panzer to clear the Margwas. That sounds a little bit like cheese, but also at the same time, that's like difficult in itself, you know? You can also uncheese the challenge by saying no killing panzers nor Margwas. Because then, if they kill each other, it's fine. And as long as you don't kill either one, arguably the challenge is more difficult. What's the fastest strat on BO2 besides elevator? Probably camping with the ice staff. The room behind Trample Steam? Oh yeah, that's also true. I was thinking of a non-die-rise map when they said but besides elevator. I was thinking besides die-rise. Yeah, the cube of death on die-rise is faster. But like non-die rise, I think it's probably camping with the ice staff on one of the tank paths. Do I know European geography? Relatively so. Don't ask me to name, like, every capital city or every single country that borders every other country, but, like, I generally know where things are. Hey, JP Boss. Yeah, the buried 2 spawn can be quite fast, but that's not like a high round strat so much as it's an early round strat. I mean, if the Slickofire or the Ice Staff or something like that was on buried, then that would be a stupidly fast strategy. Isn't there also the strat on Buried where you can get an insta-kill and, like, dolphin dive in the bank over and over? P23R area? Where's the P23R on Buried? I don't even remember where that is. I think I have an idea for how I want to get this last drop, considering that I'm forced to teleport. I think I'm just going to grab the hacker, then teleport. That way I don't have to deal with, like, the cage being up. I do know about that one. How many people play no Leroy, no buildables? What's the strat for that? Just a survival map? If you could choose one map to be added to Zombies Chronicles on BO3, what would it be? Probably Call of the Dead, because then we could actually complete the full Black Ops 1 super Easter egg. The Call of the Dead Shang Moon combo. Even Ascension in there, too. And they should have done, you know how the base Black Ops 3 maps have like the gate worms on each map and then you use all of them on Revelations? They could have done that with Call of the Dead and Shang, with the rod and the focusing stone that you can then use on Moon. Ashes of the Damned, but with BO3 mechanics. I honestly think that wouldn't be that bad of a map, but I do think with the traps that attract zombies, it would be very Blood of the Dead-like. Mob would also be really good. But I understand the reason they didn't opt for Mob is because I think they had Blood of the Dead in mind already. And also because of contract stuff. Like, you have to get all the celebrities back. That could be tricky. Which is the same for Call of the Dead. Like, the reason why every Chronicles map is Primus or Ultimus was because you'll notice those are all of the maps prior to BO3 that have Primus or Ultimus, so that they didn't have to get any other voice actors. Every non-Primus and Ultimus map were the ones that didn't make it.
Shatter their will.
Ashton, thanks for the sub. Welcome. I don't even remember what perk it's going to be if I teleport. How many days has this game been going on? 20 days IRL. Excuse me. Well, that's interesting. All right. BO7 multiplayer has been really good so far. All the maps are great. I've heard mixed reviews. I still don't remember where the B23R is. Probably best multiplayer since BO4. I didn't like BO4's multiplayer. I hated the manual healing on BO4. I wish it was automatic. That 4 spawn in front of the gunsmith? Oh, that area! Right. I do remember that. Technically, I didn't need another drop. I could have, like, thrown another Gersh, but... meh. Are there any videos on that besides Wonderfuls? On, what, Buried? Probably not one as good as Wonderfuls. Alright, this round should be close to over. Within the next couple minutes. Before I run out of ammo. But this is also a good place to consider how much ammo I'm using. Love Wonderful. Wonderful was here earlier. He's doing great. I hope his channel gets big. I also hope my channel gets big. Let's click this. Okay, let's see. I know about this as well. I didn't know. Okay. I didn't know about this turbine placement. Or being on top of the roof like this. This is interesting. Oh, and this is possible because you're using the Mark II. I see. And I'm assuming the door behind you is closed, the debris. I didn't actually see, but I'm gonna assume that's the case. Yeah, I mean, you're pushing back up against it, so it's gotta be. This is interesting. That's fun. Okay, I just want to see this round end. And then I'll continue playing Moon. Because I know about this. I know this also crashes your game, because you're killing them in the ground spawn. I used to play this with Jake on co-op. Nice. That was so quick. All right. Let's keep going. Ooh, 23 kills with the wave gun. How much wave gun ammo am I gonna have left over is the real question. I should be able to finish the round, but you could see we're pretty much getting to the point where I'm gonna have to teleport every round. Because this was my 4th drop. Starting with full ammo, this was my 4th drop. Are you gonna do a guide to round 100 on non-Treyarch zombies? Eventually, yes. But I haven't really played non-Treyarch zombies, so there would be a lot more for me to learn before I just jump into it, if that makes sense. But I am open to playing it, and if it gets voted for, I would do it. That's round. Alright. Another insta-kill round. Zombies in Spacelight is peak? I've heard it's really good. Unfortunately, that is an excavator that I do care about. That's unfortunate. Curious how much I can get done before I need to deal with that. I think when the 2-minute warning hits, I'm just gonna leave and go deal with that. All right, let's just go. Of course, the hacker's in a terrible spot. But that's fine. Should make it back, no problem. Seems like they're all stuck in the window anyway.
Warning. Excavator pi will cause decompression of Tunnel 6 in 60 seconds. Excavator pi. Control restored.
Okay, I just gotta run. Unfortunately, this is gonna be the best way back.
Please activate PES. Critical oxygen levels detected. PES active.
Such a time loss. Okay. A natural max, like, towards the end of this HK would be amazing. Unironically good death machine. Love it. Look at that corpse. Rave 100 next. I've seen you commenting it. If it wins, I'm down to play it. I've also never played it in my life. I would need you to coach me. I wouldn't even know the first thing about what the best strategy is. That's not a max ammo. You want to see BO1 Verrückt round 100? That's a difficult one. I can definitely do it. It's not going to be easy. Hey, Void. How's it going? How many trades this stream? 0, actually. If you can believe it. Rave is kind of like Origins, but with 3 stabs. Can you hold multiple bows at a time on Rave? I guess you can. Yeah, I know. Listen, I'm not complaining. This stream has been going quite well. You can hold 3 bows? That's crazy. That means I have to learn how to upgrade 3 bows. Each bow is exact same for the upgrade. Is it difficult? Very easy. Okay, that's good to hear.
Shatter their will.
Christopher Bob, thanks for the sub. Hold on. Should be somewhat close to the end of the round. Oh! Hey, Darren. How's it going? How would you open the menu at the start of the game to turn on the timer? You go into the consoles. You go into the in-game console and you type in T5M into the top. And then it'll open the menu. Round? Wow. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. That was faster than the other one. Let's see. Just about 10 seconds a horde. Not bad. All right. Let's keep it going. I probably have time for like 2 more rounds. But that's actually good progress. This is a fake stream? Yeah, you're right. I'm not actually here. I pre-recorded all of this. Including the part where I respond to chat messages. I just happened to know what you guys were going to say and when. What time am I ending stream? In like an hour. Might be another 2 rounds. Unless I have to trade this round. In which case it'll be the last round. I die on 203? I'm using the patch to prevent ceiling spawn from breaking. It's very annoying. It's like when I mentioned it in the BO1 Moon video, I was like, listen, it's a pain in the ass, and you're gonna do it by accident constantly, and if you don't want to deal with that, just use the patch. You're on 351? Is the world record 352? Are you about to beat the world record? Without Luna is crazy. So I'm going to jailbreak my PS4 and I'm probably going to run Luna. Or at least I want to play, but I want to run Luna. Although the question is, do I want to do burst mod first? No Luna, but 70 hours faster. Now, the question is, how many hours faster can I beat compared to you, running Exalted Hand and Luna? 79 hours to 332. Stupidly fast, actually. I'd be able to do that. Do I need a perfect 5th and 6th and 7th perk, though? I probably do, don't I? Your rounds are still barely an hour? My rounds are just over 30 minutes on normal rounds. I had a round, on round 177, I played 8.4 seconds per horde. Because I got a perfect max ammo spawn inside of this room. A natural max inside of this room as soon as my HK was out. I'll have to consider which perks I want to run when I play my game. Because I'm assuming I'm going to run 3 sauces. Which is slightly more annoying given that if I play with Luna, I assume I'm playing with, like, more perks than are even available for you. I wasn't going to run Mule. I was going to run... How necessary is stamina up is the question if I'm going to spend most of the time camping. Probably necessary for when I need it, isn't it? He had Winter's Wail. Winter's Wail would probably be really helpful. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Fuck! Well, it's fine. If I have to teleport this round, I might as well make it back to Speed Cola. You're at 17 dying wishes. That's more than I had in my tag game. If I have to trade because I missed that drop, I'm gonna be very upset. Okay, that saved me on the last zombie. Now I have to teleport because I got 2 drops here, but oh well. It's Speed Cola next time I go, so I'm sort of fine with teleporting. And I figure not everything's gonna go perfectly. Tomorrow or Wednesday, this will become your longest game. Which is currently your longest game?
Please activate PES. PES active.
Tag? Right. That makes sense. In IW, you can hold 5 perks. I do know about that. I'm about to hit 40 hours in this game, which is kind of wild. Sort of nice knowing I'm like just about halfway through. This is not even close to my longest IRL game, but I am 20 days in. Because I started on November 4th. Mule munchies. And tough enough. The fact that you started on the 28th and you have so many hours is crazy. Well, I guess, like, not that crazy compared to Decal. 128 hours in a week? What? And now PO7's dead until the next map comes out. Although, you know, there is a survival map, I guess. But, like, is Decal really gonna want to fucking grind the survival map, or is he gonna want to grind the next map that comes out? I was gonna say, Shattered Veil 200 seems like doesn't take that long. I'm glad that it's still fun. I'm still having fun with this, don't get me wrong. I bet Ancient Evil is gonna be a lot of fun when I end up playing it. He's not doing Farm or Cosmodrome? That's fair. Because Farm, I feel like, would just be the exact same thing. Well, not exact, but like, it's gonna be the same thing. Your Rave 100 was 7 hours, 23 minutes? Is that feels slow. Is that fast or is that slow for Rave? It got more fun the higher the round. Really? Because you're like doing more tributes for max ammos? Your Rave game was super unoptimized? Well, a 100 is a 100. You don't need to pack on Rave either? Oh, because is the bow upgrade quest like nothing to do with Pack-a-Punch? And you can upgrade all 3, so you don't need a Pack-a-Punch weapon? I'm not making it. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Alright, this is fine. I'm realizing one of the reasons it might be easier for me to get drops is probably because on the insta-kill rounds, I'm getting a lot of points. That's so funny. If the patch is as easy to fix as what he said, then this should be updated very soon. It's going to be perfect when we finally get the patch for BO4 and finally get a jailbreak for the version of the PS4 that I'm on. Did I see the BO7 roadmap for Season 1? Or in general? I think I did. When you're offline, you can't put attachments on black market weapons, right? So I guess... Hot Pocket for lunch. Hot Pocket's good. For Season 1... Oh, wait. Mule Kick is coming back? What? Okay, I didn't see that then. Hold on. I see. Okay. Season 1 launch trailer? Sure, I don't need to watch that. Season 1 endgame content. Endgame. What is endgame? Like the campaign thing? This is the campaign, right? Okay. What's this? Let's see the multiplayer maps. Utopia. I think I already saw this. Didn't they already announce these? Odysseus? Interesting. And Standoff is coming back. That's cool. Oh, Slay Jacked. Okay. Notice how all the other maps, they're showing off the minimap. For Skyjacked, I guess, or for Slayjacked, I guess it's not necessary because we already know the layout, but Small sized, and then we don't see a mini map. How small is this map? Meltdown's coming back from Black Ops 1. Or Black Ops 2 Meltdown. Yeah. Huh. Fringe from Black Ops 3. Okay. Returning Black Ops 6 map. Okay. Nuketown 2025. Yeah. Prop Hunt. Sure. New score streak. Deadeye drone. What is this? Okay. Morphine injector? Tac insertion as a field upgrade? Oh my god, combat bow, death machine. All right, which one of these are coming to zombies? War machine? All right, let's see. This atmosphere looks really cool. Face the new Oscar Elite robot and the LGM-1 Wonder Weapon. Turn new traps to your advantage. Mule kick. Yep. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Yeah, this map looks so cool. It really does. And it worries me because it's Black Ops 7. What the fuck is this? Death Machine is definitely coming. Same with the bow. Same with the War Machine. Oh, God. What is this? What is this? What? Little Green Menace launches saucer squadrons? What? This is very unique, I gotta say. Cut up zombies with laser beams. Welcome back, Beast from Beyond. Okay, survival map. Jingle Hells is coming back. Okay, I don't really care about that. New Pack-a-Punch camos? Okay. Mule Kick. Returning from Cold War. 15 total augments? Oh, unlock 15 total augments to begin. Okay. Let's see what we're looking with. Carry more stock ammo. Sure. Chance to keep equipment when used. Sure. Does not apply to the combat axe. So, okay, this combined with the Vulturade augment, and you're just gonna spam infinite whatchamacallit, Casimirs. Your third primary weapons recover when you repurchase Mule Kick. Fine. Sure. This seems good. You can carry more equipment. So when this gets introduced, it's just gonna be spamming Casimirs, because you're just gonna pick up a ton of them with Vulturade, and you have one extra, and you have a chance to keep it. You can carry an extra armor plate. Oh, plates in reserve. Crafted equipment grants an additional equipment. Oh my god. So Casimir spam after this gets added. Certainly, right? Certainly. Get a discount on perks. Casuals are going to love this. And hardcore players are going to realize this is meaningless. On Weeno, on Kino for the Wii. Returning Amomon, Light Mend. Okay, I don't care. Shatter Blast. Okay. Maybe. Tesla Storm. All right. Frost Blast. All right. Mr. Peaks is coming back. Okay. What? New Gobblegums. The hell? I'm looking at the picture. Okay. Elemental exposure. Your weapons will always inflict damage to the target's elemental's weakness. Okay. Play a random zombie song? Shock charge impact. This is useless. War Machine could be very good. Grim Reaper could be very good. Death Machine probably will be very good. Combat Bow maybe. Okay. Anything else worth seeing here? I guess not. Music that makes you poop. Do you leave your PC on constantly when running high rounds? You can hibernate your PC and keep your game going, and it doesn't require it to be powered. So, starting with Season 1, it's going to be Casimir spam. I'm calling it. That's what high rounds are going to look like on the survival maps that don't have traps, is going to be Casimir spam. How long are the rounds? Normal rounds are a little over 30 minutes. And insta-kill rounds are just under 20 minutes. Happy you didn't miss the stream. I'm going to play for another... Probably finish this round and then play one more round, and then I'm going to get off. Yeah, the rounds are very long. But, you know, that's what this game is like. They're only going to get longer. Crashes when you shoot the thunder gun? On what? On what map? Revelations? It's not just sleep mode, it's hibernate. BO5. Yeah, the rounds quite literally never get this long on Cold War and onwards. I think my longest rounds on, like, my Mauer 935 were 12 minutes. Revelations, yeah. Don't shoot the Thunder Gun into the 2 windows in Varuk. That'll crash your game. Also, definitely don't shoot it while the trap is on. That'll crash your game. You've never heard of hibernate mode? Well, if you click on the power options, you can click on hibernate. Cold War is BO5. In a lot of ways. You were training in the Apothecon? Okay, well, that's follow-up advice. Don't do that. That'll crash your game. And also, it's not a good strategy at all. Alright, I have one more drop left this round. Rather, I have one more drop left, and then I need to teleport. But also, like I said, am I flawless? I have 2 downs. I do still have to be careful. Yeah, that drop works. Someone should ask Dante why he banned you. The Apothecon was your only safe place to train when you had 5... Oh, you were doing the Margwa challenge! Right. I feel like that in itself could lead to some game-crashing issues. Alright, we just hit 40 hours. Would you like to see the other devs to still do their own take on zombies rather than just Treyarch? In a lot of ways, yes. Because Treyarch is clearly overworked and they're, like, just providing not good content. So, anything that, you know, shakes it up a little. I would just much rather, instead of getting, like, a bunch of Treyarch games in a row, because if you think about it, we had Cold War, Vanguard, Modern Warfare 3, BO6, and BO7 pretty much all back-to-back-to-back-to-back with maybe a year off, and every single one of those games is mid at best. I would much rather them actually take 4 years to develop a game and not say that they're going to and then don't. Jeez. Yeah, that sounds like crash your game energy there. I don't think Exo Zombies is very good. There's way too many of those EMP zombies. One really good one following 2 crap ones. Well, I'm saying Treyarch released 5 good zombies games in a row. With World at War, BO1, 2, 3, and 4. And obviously during that time we had AW, IW, and World War II, which were, you know, met to mixed reviews. But it didn't really matter because Treyarch released good zombies games consistently. And then with Cold War, they just kind of threw the whole formula out the window. And sure, people liked it at first, but by the time BO6 came around, people were like, this is not zombies, which it isn't. All the good devs that worked at Treyarch are gone. It's sort of a shell of what it used to be. They're riding on nostalgia instead of actually balancing the game. They're balancing the game to make it easy enough that anyone can get to round 100 and anyone can beat the Easter egg on round 100. And sure, make it easier to get to round 100, but don't make the game just free after that. Mooning their APD until they SAM. This is the MPD, the Moon Pyramid device. Not to be confused with the American Pyramid device in Alpha Omega. Especially when... By the way, Jake, did you see... someone showed me there's a new strategy that, like, is way faster than what Decal did. It took, like, 10 hours faster to get to round... 300, and you want to see what the strat looks like? This is what it looks like. Wasn't AW a Treyarch game? No, it wasn't. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Yeah, this is the fastest strat that has been discovered. It's like 30 seconds a round. That was the whole round. And to be clear, this is a 45-minute video. This starts on round 1. And goes up until he dies on 83. Surely that's not intended? Well, he's using features that are part of the game. He's using PhD Flopper to jump and kill the zombies. That was the whole round. That was like 20 seconds. Oh, wait, I'm realizing I was like, why is Ted talking? Where's Ted? He's playing as Ted. Why is Ted playable? I think he's jumping into the wall, and he's using double jumps to land and, like, trigger PhD. It's even less fun to watch than Revelations. This could be a sub-hour 100, by the way. Just like, what is that? It could be a meta strat. I thought I was hoping traps would be the meta, because I was like, at least that's more interesting. Even though it's sort of a free, like, oh, you just sit next to the trap, you go AFK for 45 seconds, and then you hit the other trap, and you go AFK for 45 seconds, and then you go to the first trap, and you go AFK for 45 seconds. There's a wall jump augment to trigger PhD, followed by an augment that makes PhD trigger twice. Ooh. Yeah, so it's all intended. Worst spot to have a glitch shot. Good recovery, I guess. We haven't had a sub-hour 100 since World at War Shinonuma. I forget what's like D Machine's status for 100 speedrun. Also, wait, does Shinonuma have a sub-hour, or is it, like, just about an hour? Pretty sure the Tomb has sub-hour 100. That wouldn't surprise me. World of War Shino's, like, 58 minutes. 59 minutes. Yeah, that to me, that a strat like that is just ridiculous. And like, eventually, every single map is going to find some equivalent where you're just spamming PhD and then also spamming whatchamacallits, Casimir's. Can we commission some folks to mod AW into a tolerable experience? Maybe. Don't DM me about Evelyn. What? Hold on. Someone just did? Oh. Nice low gravity zombie. Okay. Just need one more drop to finish the round. Ooh, okay. I got worried there. When will I trade out the wave gun? Much later. Basically, when I don't have enough ammo to finish around with 8 drops is when I would want to trade out the wave gun. Yeah, well after 200. Okay, so I should be pretty close to the end of the round now. Like, this is the last wave gun I need for this round. But it's going to take most of the ammo, which is the concern. That I'm rapidly approaching the point where it takes 5 max ammos to finish a round, starting with full ammo. You're in the hidey hole? At work? What does that mean? Yeah, I think I have time to finish this round and then do the next round, which is the insta-kill round, and then I'm gonna get off. You show me? Okay. Ooh, nice, nice 24 kills, 23 kills. Okay, hold on. I see. What do you like to do in your hidey hole? Avoid work? You'd love to get a max papped sniper and snipe zombies in BO4? I've never thought about doing that. You're putting these tires away? Okay. See, I can't really avoid work when I'm the only employee of my company. If I avoid work, I just don't get paid. Yeah. Huge 1500. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that used most of my ammo, meaning I think the next normal round I play, it might take 5 max ammos. Of course it had to be Excavator Pie. It's unfortunate. Because it's a time loss to have to deal with it on an insta-kill round. I like to leave around the 2-minute warning. You should write your essay. You talking about cherry strat on DE? How do you save your progress? I hibernate my PC. And which doesn't require me to keep it powered, but it'll also save the game. I do, yeah, I know. I have a higher round on BO1 than you. I know because I know that I beat your PB. I wasn't going for accuracy, I was going for just shooting fast because I have to deal with the excavator. Which I guess I probably could have left a little later, but oh well. Doesn't matter. Because I'm going to go to spawn and then try to force a drop from there. Think I'll hit reset this month? No. Hey, if you're talking about November, no.
Warning. Excavator 5 will cause decompression of Tunnel 6 in 60 seconds.
Just had to be Excavator Pie.
Excavator Pi.
So now we're going to stay here till we get a drop. Oh yeah, it'll continue into December. It also won't be the only thing I play. Like, I'm going to start an Origins game at some point soon. Like, probably this week. But it might only end up being a round 100 game on Origins. Ah, I want to use this. That sucks. This is a bad place to use it. Or, yeah, Origins is clean in the lead. Black Ops 2, Origins. Now we just have to wait for the zombies to show up. Ah, there's my last drop. The question is, will it be worth it for me to teleport to refill my HK? And the answer is probably not. I don't think. But maybe. Guess let's see how far into the round I am when I run out of HK ammo and M16 ammo. Sounds like a big time loss? Yeah, it probably is. This part of the strat for sure is a lot easier without oxygen. Like, even if I play another game where I keep oxygen enabled till 163, I will shut it off after that. If someone were to hit a world record round, but their difficulty was unhardened, would there be controversy? I don't know. I don't know how people feel about it right now. I'm unhardened right now. I don't really care. It's accessible to everyone. What? Everybody's fine with DOA to fix backward speed? Yeah, it's the same thing. Fixing your backward speed with Dead Ups Arcade is already allowed. Except for first rooms for whatever reason. Real work appeared? That's unfortunate. Well, enjoy your real work. Is it faster to not glitch the ceiling spawn on BO3 Moon? I think it's faster to glitch the ceiling spawn, but it can you can kind of, it's 50-50. Why was returning to the room there such a mess? How's it 50-50? Because technically, every time they attempt to... Every time... Fuck me, I guess. Every time that they attempt to spawn into the ceiling and fail to do so, it, like, delays their spawns by 0.2 seconds. On BO1, it's much slower. On BO3, like... The benefit that you gain from glitching the ceiling isn't necessarily the speed, it's the safety and the ease of running the strat. Why are they... I was having a much easier time doing this on other insta-kill rounds. What the fuck was that zombie doing? Probably, stupid question probably, but why no PhD? No room for it. All the other perks I have are more necessary. I would like to have PhD out of, like, a free perk if I can. Which obviously makes this more annoying, but, you know, it is what it is. Torn between Moon, Origins, Rev, and Shadows? Shadows. There we go. That's more what I like. Yeah, this is how it should be done. For Shadows, is it better to have Blast Furnace on the KRM and Thunder on the other way around? Blast Furnace on the L-Car, Thunderwall on the KRM. Okay, I should be right at the end of the round, I believe. Keyword should be. How do you load the Infinite Megas offline patch for BO3? You put it into your mods folder, and then you load it from there. Does the patch you used for the Shadow game also give you all the attachments for wall and box weapons too? Yeah, you have to go into your, like, loadout and equip them, but they're all there. Ooh. Still going, although I'm ending the stream at the end of the round, which is now. Alright, I gotta get off. I have to head to work. Slid in just in time. Yeah, I gotta get off. But round 182, good spot to stop. I got through 8 rounds during this stream. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. And that was a 22-minute round. That was almost 11 SPH. That's unfortunate. Oh well. All right. When next stream? Not tomorrow. Possibly Wednesday. All right. I'll see you guys later. Goodbye.